Everybody. Why am I not seeing my YouTube chat? Oh, there it is.
When the lab coats say these rifts could destroy the entire galaxy, that doesn't include the main menu, right? Geography ain't my strong suit.
All right, what are they doing here? I think I was just heading into Anisa's quest.
Hello? Is anyone there? I have been signaling for help incessantly. Come quickly. I'm trapped in my office. By the foyer. The others, I fear they might have lost their lives at the hands. Claws of escaped beasts. Mind yourself.
That's him. That must be the doctor. He's got no idea an entire squad died trying to fly in here and save his sorry ass.
And he's cornered himself for us. How thoughtful. On the bright side, there are worse ways to die than Zeranium sickness. Just not very many.
How the fuck am I supposed to get in there? That killed me. Hopefully there's an auto dock in here somewhere.
Mechanist Tate speaking.
Terrible way to end the workday.
Reported many times that these pressure valves have fallen into disrepair, only to be ignored each of those times. Now I'm out here trying to fully attempting to stop this leak from getting worse.
Die. Yep. That's one way to end it quickly.
Hello? Is anyone there? I have been signaling for help incessantly. Come quickly. I'm trapped in my office. By the foyer. The others, I fear they might have lost their lives at the hands. Claws of escaped beasts. Mind yourself.
That's him. That must be the doctor. He's got no idea an entire squad died trying to fly in here and save his sorry ass.
And he's cornered himself for us. How thoughtful.
Reckon we're the first to ever use this maintenance hatch?
What are they doing in this place? Ain't no purpose for this. This clear disregard for life.
Killing animals to avoid science is sometimes just an excuse to slaughter things. I, may know a thing or two about it.
What? Hola, Ortiz? No. No, it ain't him. I thought... Commander, help me make sense of this.
It's a dead body. Glad I could clear that up for you.
I had a notion of what I might encounter here. Test tubes, records, some graphs kept on ice, but not this. Law. My heart just about stopped when I saw him. I thought Ortiz had come back, gotten himself in trouble, but... No. This man, whoever he is, he's been dead for a time. Simple. Ortiz is missing the fingertips of his right hand. Ship hatch accident. We gave him grief about it for weeks. But this man's hands are all right. For all the good it did him. Void, damn it. This poor man. The test subjects. Ortiz. All of them are dead. All of them left in ruin by the butchers running this place. All of them could have been me. That ain't true. It weren't abandonment. It was breakage. I knew what would happen should anything go wrong. It made me a liability. It endangered my unit. I can't blame anyone else when I knowingly accepted the risks. But they gave me hope when I had nothing. That was a lie. Then, where does that leave me? Suppose I've always known something to be true, though. If nobody's privy to what the powerful do behind closed doors, then they can do anything. It's folk like us who pay the price. All that matters now is finding that doctor. He's got a reckoning coming. Or if they do, they leave him just lucid enough to answer a few questions. Let's go.
Signs of slow failure.
Over here! These beasts have me pinned down! Handle them straight away, please! I cannot let my genius be wasted here!
Boy, damn coward. You see how you beg when we're face to face.
They won't see me coming, Commander.
It could do that. Now, I want to go back and turn off that gas like I tried doing.
Engaging camouflage.
Speaking. I need the record to
Hey, a corpse. Don't see one of those every day. What am I saying? Of course we do.
only to be ignored each of those times. Now I'm out here in the void, attempting to stop this leak from getting worse. And what was that?
You getting through that unscathed? Seriously, don't send me in there.
Ah, that's where that comes in at. Okay. So that really doesn't accomplish much of anything.
Is this the cub that Terminal mentioned? Still breathing, but only just. Boy, that must be his mama on the other side of the glass. We were too late for the soldier back there, but not too late for this cub. We should help.
Morning, Neff. Well, I don't have the Urtic ginseng extract, nor do I have 7 medical, so that's not anything.
Treating animals like this isn't research. It's monstrous.
Don't have 7 hack.
Run free, you little sissy pig.
Another maintenance hatch above us, if we're apt to sneak about.
Critter catcher. What do we got here? Low lethality tranquilizers. Tranked critters are captured and added as a ship pet.
Aw, look, it's disgusting and cute. We're bringing it on the ship, right, Commander? Nice. Pretty big.
Yep. Thank you for that. Don't come up here. God damn it.
fortunate nobody intercepted my distress signal.
Oh, we got his signal all right. Let's get the bastard.
Now you're speaking my language.
There wasn't a person alive who could best the matriarch Ursapod. Yet, here you are. What a show!
You the doctor in charge here?
Indeed I am, soldier. And my, what a picture you are! What exquisite graft work. Might I trouble you for an examination?
So you're the one who butchered my friend, Ortiz. The one who tortured those creatures out there. Who killed that soldier.
What's going on? I don't know any Ortiz, I swear it. I'm just a doctor. Please, don't shoot. Records? I don't know of any such... Oh, bother. Fine, yes, I did complete a procedure on one Trooper Ortiz, along with 2 others. He eagerly offered himself up for this project's first human trials. Rather hasty in hindsight. I know what you're thinking. Yes, the grafting program was officially shuttered 6 months ago. That was not a lie. But I thought it a shame, and it seems I wasn't alone in that. I was recruited for this unofficial venture soon after. Don't understand the need for secrecy myself, but our sponsor demanded it. I dared not ask too many questions. He's some manner of executive. I don't know his name or official title, I swear. My orders came down the long chain of command. I'm only doing what I was told.
Enough with the excuses. You absolute wretch. Any scientist with any shred of decency would have refused your position. Your precious data is nothing compared to those you killed.
I sympathize with your friend, soldier. Truly, I do. But if I mourn every failure within these walls, I might never operate again. You must understand that the work we do here is greater than any one life. We can change the galaxy for the better. According to who? You? If it's not in Auntie's history, it's ancient history as far as I'm concerned. If you require convincing that my experiments have led to many breakthroughs, witness me. My own lungs would have failed without my prototyping of a device to keep me alive. Make no mistake, if you kill me, my research and knowledge will be gone forever. The suffering you've seen here will be nothing in comparison to what I could have prevented. It's been a long time coming, but I believe I've laid the groundwork for treating injury and illness far better than modern medicine can manage. We are on the precipice of regrowing limbs that have been lost in accidents, reversing brain trauma, nerve damage, mayhaps aging one day. It would be a boon to humanity and a boon to Auntie's bottom line.
Humanity being undying is not a good thing.
Don't even start, Commander. I ain't keen on anything this man sells.
Let's not be hasty. I see your graft is a result of revision surgery. Your first go was botched, and you were considered a failure of the program, yes? I know what happened to those failures. Demoted, disgraced. It was horrible business. And yet, you still wear our colors. You want to reclaim your station, don't you?
You don't know anything about what I want. I wish I could agree with you. But I have fallen in the esteem of others. The way the other soldiers looked at me after my procedure, I'll never forget it. Whether I want to regain my position or not doesn't matter. I don't want your help. I will not benefit from the pain of others.
You think there were no victims of the first program? That your existence isn't built off the bones of those who came before? You're no more righteous than I. You simply looked away. Now, If you stay your hand, I will grant you 2 state-of-the-art grafting parts. They cannot fail. Install one of them, and you'll see my earnest intent. You were never the broken thing they made you, soldier. If you wish it, you may still become a most extraordinary specimen.
No, no. Stop talking. Stay there. Don't make any stupid moves, understand? The adults need to have a talk over here. Commander, I don't know what to do. I came here intending to make him pay for what he's done. And I can't shake the reasons I've seen to burn this place to the ground. But what if he's right? What if something in his work is worth saving? What if this is my chance to make something of my life? To be accepted again. I appreciate that. We've grown close, you and I. And you know full well, but if I kill this man and exact retribution for Ortiz, but after all we've seen, how could I call myself one of Auntie's own? Would I even want to? I do know that. Better than most, really. Suppose it's time I looked Auntie in the face and saw her for what she is. And at least now, I can fix this.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't shoot me. We were in the midst of negotiating.
I have no need for negotiating, Doctor. You brought this on yourself. Let's just take what we need and get out. I can't stand the sight of this place any longer.
Adreno Bubble Up Ultra Premium? That sounds like an injection. I mean, that too, yes. Oh. This switch here? Bunch of nothing in here, holy crap. The baby. I haven't actually saw the baby. So I don't know what baby you were talking about. On the exam table? Oh, I didn't realize that thing was alive. Well, I mean, its mother's dead, so I didn't have the stats to do. I didn't have the medical to do the one of them, and I didn't have the hack to do the other one. Yeah, that's what playthrough number 2 is for. I didn't get a cock.
Think we should make for Fairfield for the grafting lab. This mechanical augmentation could be of... And maybe I can bend the doc's ear for... Thank you. I'm just... So I was all worried I wasn't going to be able to stream today, which is also why I didn't stream yesterday. I updated my streaming PC, like I updated Windows on it,
Noodling about the Vox.
and my computer wouldn't start up.
Now, how am I gonna pay off my bar tab?
It wouldn't post or anything, so turned it off last night, just left it off, turned it on this morning and everything was fine. Pretty sure my computer's haunted.
Ah, Inez, have you come back for a tune-up? I've got just the injection for that. Freezes those pesky muscles right back into place.
No, Yeah, a tune-up sounds good. I got a device that might help stabilize what I got going on up on the shoulder. Ought to let me use my graft all the more often. Think you can install it?
Oh, well, this device is unusual and rather ingenious, if I may say so. Hold still, dear. This should take but a moment. There. I dare say you won't be needing any tune-ups in the near future. But I do trust you'll find an excuse to come by for the occasional visit. Where did you find such a device, anyhow? What is it, dear? You look, well, a bit like you've been stung by a terror ray. I've got ointment for that too, you know.
Jesus.
Whatever do you mean? The program was shut down more than 6 months ago. Any further funding would be in direct violation of Auntie's orders.
It was off the books, Doc. We found a grafting lab way out on Cloister, still operational. Oh, I ain't seen horrors like that in my life. They were brutalizing folk and creatures, paying them no mind, giving them no honor even if they succumbed to the process. The doctor there, he killed a friend of mine. And you're telling me you knew nothing of it?
Inez, I swear I didn't. That sounds... Oh, Sovereign's mercy, that sounds precisely like what I would protest with every breath.
The creatures they were experimenting on broke out of their cages, killed most of the staff. But you know what's worse? Keeping a dead soldier's body on display. Like a thing. I found the doctor in charge, still alive, cowering. I killed him, and let his sick aims die along with him. There's no good that can come of his work. Nothing. But this ain't the extent of it, I fear. I I need to find out who's responsible for all the...
Oh, Inez, I know you do. But with the program officially shuttered, it would be awfully difficult to ascertain which individual has the pockets to fund such a... Wait. Yes, that does shed light on a correspondence I received recently. A vice president sent a message asking for my presence and scientific expertise to discuss a unique opportunity. I found the secrecy odd at the time, but I do suppose it lines up with your discovery.
Ain't surprising. What's his name? Where can we find him?
His name is Willard Conan, VP of Experimental Operations. The very man who was in charge of the grafting program at its inception. He's... Oh, I know that look. If you mean to do something, I beg you.
Doc, with all due respect, what I do with him when I get there is my own damn business.
I will help you. Vice President Conan's office is aboard the Undisputed Claim, the flagship of Auntie's Choice. I do not know where exactly, as I've never been, but it's my understanding that you will need to present this calling card to gain entry. Inez, all I ask is that you remain safe. A terrible wrong has been done, but do not throw your life away to right it. You might seek justice via other means.
I can't promise anything, Doc.
Level 30. Clears your toxicity and crash. Ooh.
Don't go into that cheap saloon if you got a liquor dumpster. They got no tolerance.
No, whoever crashed at the relay station on West Coast just immediately dropped it on us.
To the Undisputed Claim.
Commander, I've been thinking. We got the intel we need, Commander. The Undisputed Claim's our destination. When we find Willard and stop this law-damned program in its tracks, Auntie's Choice will get what's coming to them. Been doing some thinking about ending the grafting program for good. It's gotta happen. didn't think it would start this way. With me turning murderer. Auntie had me good and fooled. She ain't any better than Spacer's Choice. Making any of them see reason is an impossibility. Our overlords had a saying in Tau Ceti. If you got a rabid canid, you put it down before it maddens the whole pack. They used to say it about us workers, like we were the problem. It was terrifying. But now, I reckon I see some sense in that saying. Retribution never came for the folk at the top back then, but it certainly can now. What if I think I already have? I wonder if this is what Ortiz had in mind when he sent me that message. He trusted my judgment, knew I always aimed to do right by him and folk everywhere, but he also knew both of us had been lied to when we joined up. The notion that our taking extraordinary risks would pay dividends. Do you think he knew this would be the final straw? Thanks, Command. Maybe this is what folk mean by the architects setting things in motion. If I hadn't broken my contract, maybe this is what I was meant to...
For the remainder of combat. What the fuck? That's a hell of a heal. Let's try the head office tower. Seems a good spot for his office.
Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is based upon. Not because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get, we respond to what you want through your decisions as consumers. What's more, we skip the frivolously lengthy approval process our overbearing neighbors employ. Why wait 20 years to bring a new product to market when it can be enhancing people's lives now?
As a responsible member of society, we allow you to take part in public product testing.
I see you decided to accept my invitation. Good. I do hate having to follow up. Ordinarily, reception here would detain you in a whole song and dance, but you're no common contractor. You're my honored guest. And as such, I've informed them there's no need. I wanted to formalize my gratitude for your assistance on Greater Tranquility Station. What a shame our negotiations were so violently digressed. I felt we were making real progress, notwithstanding a subsection or two. While making our expeditious retreat from the station, Alden and I encountered a dying man, one of the Order radicals in league with our would-be assassin DeVries. He confessed DeVries' entire plan, and that he thought you must have stopped her. Thanks for that, by the way. 2 dead delegates really would have impeded negotiations.
Yeah.
In fact, that is what I summoned you here to discuss. Some messages have indeed been sent hither and thither through back channels. Alden remains convinced an agreement can be reached, and I concur. Mayhaps we're both overly optimistic, but if there's even the remotest chance of bringing the Order and Auntie's Choice together, the profit from doing so far outweighs the risk. To begin, you'll need to gain favor with both the Order and Auntie's Choice. I expect the Order will want you to, I don't know, clap some chalkboard erasers together or something. Do whatever you must to earn an audience with our respective leaders and convince each to agree to meet and continue the negotiations. Imagine the benefits of having both the Order and Auntie's Choice at your back when facing down the Protectorate. That's a rarity money cannot buy. And there's always the moral incentive to consider, I suppose. Ending the conflict between Auntie's Choice and the Order means less lives lost. Capital! As I mentioned before, you'll first need to earn an audience with the presiding bishop and our very own chief executive before this plan can go ahead. When it comes to the Order, approach their laureates. They seem to run things. On our side, work with the VPs. Improve their opinion of you. Oh, and you might see about improving your oratory skills in the meantime. Persuasive rhetoric will certainly be valuable during the upcoming negotiations.
That's going to be a problem, because my speech is 0.
Attention, morally gray outsider. The adventure... Hello, as in Ida. Your assignments, Ida's help explore the wilds.
Ease off the sales pitch. I need to find Willard Conan, Vice President of Experimental Operations.
I'm sorry, did I suddenly suffer a demotion I'm unaware of? Do I look like a contract query replier, here to answer questions? I should think not. Oh, very well. If you have received a calling card of his, you may take the elevator to meet him. But somehow, I doubt he'd want to seek an audience with you. That's right. Now, and remember,
Well, wonderful to meet you. C.F. Pendergrass III, Strategic Reconfiguration. It's not every day we have such a capable operative accept our invitation to the undisputed claim. While it was those ill-fated peace talks that got you here, I've kept tabs on you for a good long time.
Yes, we've all kept tabs. Auntie and I have spoken about you several times now. Ursula Ormsby, Proprietary Insight Acquisition. You'll report to both of us. For now.
Indeed. It is our pleasure to meet you, and I am beyond tickled to welcome you to Auntie's Choice. Yet they are indubitably one and the same. By coming into my employ and helping to secure Auntie's interests, you are directly manifesting a stable future for this colony.
At Auntie's Choice, we make things happen. If you want to move something along swiftly, you come to us. If you want to endlessly dither about numbers, talk to the Order.
You, my friend, are being given the opportunity of a lifetime. Auntie's Choice has a dynamic new
You'll see them
vision,
some other
and
time
we
of
need a
year?
specific kind of go-getter to make it happen.
Oh, I mean, the whole In Flanders Field poem is written by a Canadian, so I guess I kind of understand that.
The kind that changes everything. The kind that turns our universal brand into the brand of the universe. We need someone not shaped by Auntie's meritocracy. It
What's the
serves its
VFW?
function, but our workers tend to focus on
Veteran
run
something,
climbing.
I assume.
We need an individualist who sees unorthodox solutions. A daring, non-conforming perturbation ameliorator to implement our monopolistic mercantile methodology plan.
More succinctly, we are recruiting an expert outside consultant.
What? Your first assignment, something unexpected, or in truth, unprecedented, has
If I understand correctly, they've stopped working. The workers there simply...
They expressed, and I know this is going to sound more than a bit strange, dissatisfaction.
Specifically, they stated, until we meet their demands.
I appreciate that.
As though
folks.
employees have a right to demand anything of their employers. And what, pray tell, has them so aggrieved?
Dear law, what a bunch of devious, ungrateful, greedy little prigs! After all the opportunities Auntie's given them to repay us like this, I'm so disappointed.
So what do you suggest we do about such an utterly unheard of situation? It is absolutely imperative that we get those people back to work, whatever it takes.
Wonderful! You'll go to Praetor, meet the plant's overseer, and mediate an end to this lunacy, which gets those ingrates back to work.
I have zero doubt Auntie and I will be completely impressed by your efforts. Unless you disappoint, in which case I will disavow that statement.
The one thing I did notice is the center of the poppy is black, which is, in my mind, unusual because all the ones I've bought in the past have been green. So they definitely have changed stuff. Admittedly, it's been a few years since I've bought a poppy. But I was getting groceries yesterday and I saw that I had a bunch of change in my pocket, so I just dumped like $4.50 worth of change in their donation box. This is a dinky little office for VP.
It's high time one of you scientist types responded to my calling cards. The position's been open for more than 2 days, and already productivity is tanked by 149.4%. You want the role, it's yours, but I'm not budging on those hourly rates.
Let me guess. You're backfilling Rasmussen's position? Or all the scientists who work with him on Cloister lying cold on the lab floor?
Both, obviously. Unless you mean to tell me a graft like yours can install itself. Now, do you want the job or not? We're burning starlight.
I do. Been waiting on this moment. This grafting program is a law-damned abomination. I went to your lab on Cloister, saw for myself what kind of depravity your folk got up to there. It's sick. My friend was butchered by Rasmussen. And he wasn't the only one. In fact, this program's been a sham from the start. I got tossed aside. And for what? A mistake? Ain't nothing good that's come of this. It's time to call it quits.
What a preposterous notion. Shall we stop producing inhalers because of side effects? Or shut down all food factories because one severed appendage finds its way into packaging? No, certainly not. I am not to blame for whatever inconvenience you experienced as a first edition patient. To quit now would be to toss aside all our progress.
Oh, damn.
Nonsense. I have myriad data at my disposal to dispute such a claim.
Don't matter to me what your plans are, or what you think you might accomplish. You've hurt too many good folk, and I've had enough.
I fear you've gotten too negative an impression of this work. Hear me out, will you? Allow me to assuage those fears. My My mind is not entirely consumed by capital, I assure you. It's also consumed with professional pride and self-preservation. We cannot speak of sensitive business details here. There's no telling which opportunistic colleague or overpaid contractor could be listening in. They would ruin me. Ruin me! Meet me in back deck steerage. Take this pass for the tram. And for law's sake, make sure no hanger-on follows you. Especially that assistant of mine next door. Chin up, dear. I believe I'll change your mind yet.
We'll see. This song and dance from all manner of suits before.
Hey, Crimson. How you doing today?
Original goal remains.
What of our goal? If to spread unfettered free trade and...
The story of Anti-Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend, to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation. Spacer's choice swollen-headed mascot represents the worst impulses of old corporations, who unfairly stacked the deck against the little person, as they tried with us at Tau Ceti. But did Anti-Cleo take Spacer's choice devious shenanigans lying down? No! Just like our sponsored Tossball team, the Anti-Cleo's darlings refused to do when things were down at the end of the sponsorship series against the Spacer's chosen...
Aren't you? Thinking I'd reveal my secrets to the likes of you. Contractors, now's your chance. First one to kill these imbeciles gets a one-time immune assault discount.
Sharpen up. Upstairs.
Nosing with shadows activated.
Good old dehydrated water.
I knew you'd come through, my good Biff. That discount will be applied to your next purchase at the commissary, but cannot be combined with other... You! You're still alive!
Ain't gonna be that easy to get rid of us, you idiot. This how you treat all folk who approach you in good faith?
No folk have ever made it this far. How did you get past all my contractors? They were heavily trained and heavily expensive.
Something called the Quiet Whisper.
This again? What is it with you?
Amazing
No,
shotgun.
I've no incentive to shut down my life's work, especially at the demand of common thugs.
You ever seen a grafted claw strip flesh from the bones of a stubborn old man?
No.
Well, on the count of 3, you will. 1.
All right, fine. Consider this my resignation. Here, take everything I have. Any bits left in my office are yours. Just, please, don't follow me.
Good rid. The other executives will be notified the moment Willard flees the undisputed claim. And within hours, dozens of rung climbers will be at the tower jockeying for his position. It's all but certain that they'll claim his work for their own, and make his bastardization of a grafting program all the worse if they so choose. Ain't about to let that happen. Ain't suggesting. I'm telling you that we can't stand by and do nothing. It's obvious he was up to his neck in some scheme. If we dig it up and get the word out, his legacy'll be in shreds. Maybe folk will be less inclined to follow in his footsteps. Should all but guarantee that Willard can't come crawling out from whatever rock he's keen to hide under, in any case. Like what? Far as I can tell, our options are to either sully his reputation or attempt an appeal to folks' better nature. And no, we can't just shoot our way out of this problem. We let Willard go quietly for a reason. All right, we ought to start by searching his office. Any evidence we can find regarding money or business dealing, once we got what we need, we can head to the recording studio to get the word out. The promise of a scandal should be enough to get in the door.
Yay, advanced decryption keys. Or one, anyway. It's easier to fast travel. Or quicker, I should say. Not necessarily easier.
Trinicular, arriving any moment now.
Live, love, laugh, purchase, and consume with Auntie's Choice.
I do hate fast travel, but the undisputed claim is a lot of standing around.
You cannot be here. My contract stipulates that this lab door remains locked at all times. I am not to be disturbed. That's funny, considering the heaps of times I've been called such.
I'm here to tell you that your treacherous fiend of a boss is now out of commission, and I'm investigating all of his indiscretions. You wouldn't happen to know about any unsanctioned business dealings, would you?
Ah, I'm afraid I can't help with that. I've only spoken with him once, upon my hiring. It's true! It was in my contract to keep all contact with him to an absolute minimum. I'd show you myself if my copy hadn't been appropriated for matters of discretion.
Well, not having any speech kind of makes talking to her pointless, doesn't it? Nothing in her pockets. Damn, not enough hack. Ormsby, all right. Why do I see a door? Enough observation for that.
You again? Shouldn't it be clear by now that you aren't welcome here?
I just saw a bunch of loot somewhere. What the heck was that? Weird.
I'll give it to you straight in my quarterly underperformance review. First up, excessive corporate malfeasance. The only division that earns us less.
Well, hello again.
Because they've definitely come back just to see you.
The foreman of the facility is not as such.
This, work stoppage business is positive. I wouldn't suggest giving.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember, you can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice.
Nothing of any use there.
If you have business here, don't let...
You look befuddled. Or perhaps that's just your normal expression.
From the most extravagant to the most bit-minded of customers. We have food.
Well, I wasn't able to find shit as far as evidence goes other than a couple of emails.
Plus a few more that
Yeah,
you
this is
can
gonna go well.
but that we can sell you recipes for. We are also the only retailers.
Sorry, in the midst. Here for a recording session?
Ah, yes, I understand I may look in charge, but I'm just minding the desk for our...
I need to get a message on the broadcast.
Not unless you need any clever pointers on enunciation. Our director, however, is in one of the recording booths. Through the door, it's...
Welcome to Wireless Free Arcadia Studios. Thessaly Falk, Director of Talent Placation and General Runnings. Here to contract a recording or in the market for autographs?
Holt sent me to speak with you. I got a message I'd like to send out over the wireless. Trust me, this is one all the folk in Auntie's Choice won't want to miss.
Is that so? Well, the more riveting the content, the larger our commissions. However, as you're without an appointment and I'm quite busy, I'm afraid I've only time to record one take. Do make it count. Shall we begin?
Oof.
Glad we're in agreement. I'm here to expose the truth about a prominent vice president. His business dealings are not what they seem.
That's quite the bold claim. Now remember to speak into the mic, dear. Enunciate clearly, but with feeling. Inhabit the words. Be the message. Joining us today in the studio is a very special guest and rare specimen indeed, a grafted soldier, and one who alleges that one of Auntie's own vice presidents is not who he seems. Take it away.
Inez Seelong speaking. I got intel on an illegal program led by Vice President of Experimental Operations, Willard Conan. Folk aplenty suffered because of it.
Some say there cannot be success without suffering. It's more or less standard operating procedure, isn't it? Unless you're leaving out any gory details.
He was running a lab on Cloister that very few even knew of, and grafted even more folk illegally in that butcher shop. But if that ain't incriminating enough for you, Willard had himself some money problems, which ain't too distant from a grave sin far as Auntie's concerned.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Tell me, did he squander son drink? Bet it all on a tarmac and cheese rebranding? Or worse, thoroughly recount every lurid detail?
Yeah.
Exactly. He violated a direct order. If I pulled that out on the field, I would have been dragged in for a performance review. That should be enough to condemn him.
Most supervisors call that taking initiative, a routine expected practice. Hardly the example of base moral turpitude our audience is expecting. You're very new to this kind of business, aren't you? Your disclosure wasn't as iniquitous or revelatory as you implied. The only thing shocking was your abundant naivete.
Commander, I don't think we did enough. Law. I know we ain't gonna know for sure until the broadcast airs, but we ought to go.
Oh, Inez, almost forgot. We have a bit of a goodie bag for special guests who visit the studio. You qualify. Do collect it from the front desk on your way out.
Yes? Can I help you?
That I did. This is Mitt Tarkington, advertising copywriter extraordinaire. Mitt, this is our Maverick outsider. They've heard the pitch and agreed.
Charmed. Yes, well, dive right in, shall we? To begin, allow me to share a bit on how we shape ideas. Part the veil about this magical art we call advertising. We're selling dreams of a better life, a better you, connection, and ease from aches, sorrows, and worry. The product is immaterial. We do have one. I need to look it up, though. A little background first to frame your thinking. There are 4 personality types we appeal to when writing advertisement copy.
I'm like you.
I'm who you want to be.
I, who have cultivated a persona as a sarcastic doubter, am not normally into things, so you really ought to listen to me about this.
And I just hate that thing that never happens, yet absolutely could.
Jesus.
Any other general questions before we get started?
Somehow all of them, apparently.
Even the most buttoned-down rule follower imagines themselves a rebel in some way.
All right. I'll ask a few questions about your singular way of looking at things. Then translate your unique perspective into lines for the ad. Now, first question. How can we best understand those like you? Any insight on your kind of unique perspective? All right. Now, I'll reinterpret your response into a line for the ad. Something like, calling all free thinkers. Next question. How do we best illustrate credibility? Say, through something you know, or hate. Right. Maybe everyone watches for your next move, so they can copy it. What's an aspirational goal for those who identify with you? Okay, perfect. How about your needs are different than everyone else's? Last question. What do you desire most out of life? And I should mention we have a little leeway to fine-tune the product offering. Have just the thing. Now with a full body bib included with every purchase.
Yes. Suppose you might need to hear it assembled to make sense of it all. Just a moment while we put it together. I can already hear it in my head, and it is perfect. All right, that's a wrap. Roll the assembly. Fine work, everyone. Take a good listen.
Calling all free thinkers. Everyone watches for your next move, so they can copy it. Your needs are different than everyone else's. That's why we've updated our premier cystrines just for you. Auntie Cleo and Pals Deep Fried Cysty Bits. Now with a full body bib included with every purchase.
Jesus.
Have time for a chat, Commander? Commander, you hear my interview over the wireless too? I really thought I'd be heard out, telling folk about Willard and his damned awful dealings. Instead, Thessaly herself thought to mock me. To you, maybe. I ain't meaning to say I don't appreciate your help, Commander. I do. Guess I was just hoping that we'd have done enough to keep more folk from getting hurt. Like Ortiz. Someone will take up Willard's work, so I need to work fast to keep the program shuttered. If I gain enough, I really so yeah. A better life is possible. I will.
Did that give me her thing? Nope.
Got something that needs doing, Commander?
All right. Will they let me in with what's-her-face following me now? It's down. Apparently they will.
Hey! Only security personnel. Lift access is currently restricted. Keep moving. At this time, residents of Laplace's garden are not permitted beyond this point.
Agent, over here. Ah, there you are. I was informed by Gertie you've agreed to help us reconvene negotiations. With your aid, Auntie's Choice and the Order will soon be rivals no longer. Just think of all we can accomplish if our two sides reject fractiousness and combine our efforts. Remember, seek out ways to help both sides. Engender trust. Gertie and I will let you know when it's time to move forward. In the meantime,
Your admittance to the Chamber of Conflict Evaluation and Strategic Planning may come at a later date, as determined by the Office of the Oracle Laureate.
You. I don't know who you are. But if you thought it wise to bring a cultist into the heart of Order territory, you are deeply foolish. I have not the slightest theory as to how you bypassed our guards. But if it was through violence, be assured, it will be returned exponentially. This differing perspective is explicitly violent and completely wrong-headed, especially in regard to the rifts. There is a cultist-centric issue the Order needs resolved. I suspect you are capable of doing such. If you are not, I cannot trust—
If these cultists are suffering the same affliction of being traitorous curs as the others seem to be, and I look forward to killing them.
My task is this. A myriad of cultists have taken over the settlement of Newton, which is a nearby site of historical but not strategic significance. I want them gone. Once there was a bridge stretching from the settlement to the archive, but it was destroyed by a rift. Best keep your distance should you travel there.
Well, then it seems today is your lucky day. The Dawn and Newton have been dealt with. By us. Care to hear all the bloody particulars? Of course. How could you think otherwise? That was the best part.
You saw a problem and followed your own methods to solve it. I can admire that. Here's something for your trouble. If you removed Newton's unsightly blemish, I believe you may be trustworthy. I have reasoned something predicted has come to pass. One of the satellites comprising the Hyperion web was struck by a wayward craft and crashed on Paradise Island.
Back to Eden.
I need someone to recover an informational component from it. The web is an order-crafted network of information collection satellites. Our would-be Protectorate overlords squandered them as glorified surveillance devices. We actually implanted a back door in the web to bring it back under our control, should a circumstance like this arise. But we did not foresee certain Protectorate modifications. But let's not speak of that. Find a way past the Protectorate at the crash site, collect the data, and return it here. Violence is likely, but perhaps you'll find an alternative. Only theoretically. The Protectorate guarding the site will be anything but welcoming. You'd likely need to find— I cannot say how that might be accomplished, unfortunately. Some of our scholars find answers to their solutions at the CAF integration point. Collect the data from the crashed site.
No admittance without the Artificer Laureate's permission.
I look forward to the— Now, how might we be of use to one another?
Ooh, I don't want to do that. I really wanted to side with Sub Rosa. That doesn't seem to be an option, which kind of sucks.
That's one way to become the center of attention.
That did a whole lot of nothing. Don't have 7 back for that.
No verifiable right to be here.
No idea what you're talking about.
Refugees here. Guess the Order is more concerned with the idea of helping people than actually doing anything about it.
Welcome to the Scientician Surplus. I am the Scientician in... Of course you would.
Neat, but not very useful ability.
In a rare Auntie's Choice lab recording in our archive, which we acquired from a corporate defector to the Protectorate before our stellar system was sealed and the Order ceased daily interaction with our Protectorate allies. But again, I digress.
The Scientician Surplus. No more than what you need.
I hope you have good news for me. I knew I had the right person for the job. You've saved me quite the headache. Your reward, as promised. You did sharpen my pen. I'll put in a word with my associates to pass along to whatever Protectorate forces are on site to expect you. It's in exchange for my help, however. I want you to bring the data back here so that I can make a copy of it. Before you hand it over to the Order, to be clear. You've no doubt heard the phrase, knowledge is power. Sub Rosa benefit. We do work. Return here with.
What was that one? Merciless Master? That's a new one. Fuck. Alright, where am I going for this?
Good fortune! Our technician manifests at Halt there. You match the description of the technician we have been vigilantly awaiting, but as they say, assumptions made are mistakes readied. Present yourself, so that I may take the measure of you.
You need another fucking haircut.
What? Spare me your technical argot and hop to it then!
And then back to the landing pad. Oh, excuse me. This will probably be a shorter stream, 3.5 hours. Just because I didn't really sleep last night. I woke up at like 4. Probably fell asleep around 2 or something.
People are gonna start to talk. Aren't you reliable? There. Was there anything else you wish to discuss? No need to wait for permission. Ask. I was assigned to the Order as a girl, but never really found my footing there. Then the schism happened. If I had to theorize, Sub Rosa must have seen me as their in to the Order. And through, you know, right this...
I look forward to the reclamation of the hype now. How might we be of— Yes! Excellent! Take that, reductionists! Your horrid little surveillance devices shall finally be used for what their purpose should have been! Don't tell anyone about that outburst, please. Here's something to keep you quiet. Not by a factor of thousands. You'll have to tell me about your scholastic experiences someday, colleague. I've informed the presiding bishop you're coming to speak with her. I'm sure I don't need to say this. But if you...
Good to see you again. I had hoped we could speak earlier, but no. Since the unfortunate end of the peace talks, Gertie and I have kept in communication. When you go in to speak with the presiding bishop, please raise the issue with her. I assure you this is the correct thing to do. For one, having the allied might of their forces at your back when facing down the Protectorate. And if you might consider an appeal to your better nature, ending the conflict. Farewell.
The Order has always proclaimed patience as a virtue, but I am pleased my waiting is finally at its endpoint. For so long, you have only existed as numerical values on a chart. A bright star in a constellation of possibilities, as it were. Now, with your arrival, the Order nears the totality of its goals, provided you are willing to stay aligned with our cause. As I told you in my message, a splinter group was responsible for recruiting your fellow agent and tasking her to perpetrate that heresy. The conviction of those radicals was such that they elected to perish from exposure to Cloister's wilderness to avoid fouling their predictions and my interference. Their interpretation of the data was at odds with mine. I forbade them taking action, to no avail, obviously. I disavowed their actions then, as I do now. A wise leader is always open to constructive criticism. Now then, I gather you already know who I am, but science has shown that good manners strengthen developing relationships by 5.3%. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruth Bassar, third presiding bishop of the Order of the Ascendant, supreme calculator, and, plan willing, the architect of Arcadia's prosperous future. I admit, when I sent my initial message, I did not exactly know who its recipient would be. But I trusted the plan, and lo and behold, it provided you as the solution. Your recent exploits at Greater Tranquility Station have certainly made for compelling reading material. Confronting an assassin, and thereby sparing the delegates' lives before the rift inexplicably destroyed the station? Such a commendable effort is worthy of acknowledgement. Yes, by all reports it was. But the plan evidently has greater outcomes prepared for Vicar Levin. He is, at that. I consider him a close personal friend, and I cannot say that about many. However, there's something of even greater import we must discuss. It's recently come to my attention that secret communications have been exchanged between Laplace's garden and the undisputed claim. Do you know anything about that? I should have known. Vicar Levin has made this appeal to me at least thrice since his return. He really cannot accept a solution he did not devise. Levin's methodology is usually faultless, and it would be a pity to scrap so much fine preparatory work. I will put the question to you one final time. Are you certain you would rather pursue this path than work exclusively with the Order? There will be no future option to reconsider. Then I will endeavor to bring that vision to fruition, if the plan wills it. A true in-person meeting between myself and Auntie could never take place due to the security risks. But perhaps a remote conference could be a viable alternative. The odds of you persuading Auntie Cleo to agree are unfavorable. But the math does improve if you have greater standing within her corporation. Once you have met with Auntie, instruct her to send me a communique. We can finesse the details of a conference then. May you achieve progress.
Alright, that's one done. Freighter. Journal quests. Because I'm Freighter, okay. And I'm on Cloister.
What? Can't somebody loiter about a protocol without someone casting assuming glances their way? I know a presumptive look when I see it. You can't tie me to that. I'm just standing here. Oh no! Don't give me those big... You've got nothing on me. I die before I talk.
Anger mismanagement.
Wait. All right, I'll talk. Got just the thing. This little audio cartridge should do the trick. Those troops hear what they've been eating. I don't know what'll happen, but they won't be happy about it. I was sort of bragging to a colleague about the scam. How I tricked a gullible protectorate officer into purchasing and relabeling rejected grafting materials as Crabble rations.
Ew.
I can't take full credit or blame. I simply misrepresented misallocated materials for profit. I am merely a humble opportunist. Don't mention it to anyone. It's...
Whoa there, Ghost.
I think I'm in danger here. Is someone there?
Lo and behold. Log on, dagger drawn.
So it wasn't in that room.
think I'm in danger here?
Oh, you shut up.
Persuade them.
Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. Actually, can I get out of here? I go this way. Probably not. Unless there's a way. I'm good. Nothing there. Alright, that looks like everything. They almost saw me.
I spy my next victim. I mean, a hostile combatant.
Thanks, Asa.
Heard something. I think I'll cut the red wire.
No skills for me! Engaging camouflage. I don't need a rip. Shrouding up.
I was really hoping for, like, I don't know, a vent or something I could climb
Let
into.
me handle this. They won't see me coming, Commander.
choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice?
I stick up the break room microwave one time, and suddenly I'm the office pariah. What am I supposed to do? Eat my salt tuna casserole at room temperature?
Quartermaster? Oh boy. The fuck do I get out of here without aggroing these guys?
Who goes yonder? So close and yet so far. And annoying.
What? Is that another stimulus?
Did I just hear Asa say, "Here I go, killing again"? Did we just get a Rick and Morty reference?
Help me out! I've got murdering to do. Shadow melding activated, Commander.
Where the fuck? I guess it's probably the quartermaster I want to talk to, but they all get aggressive on me when I go in there. I don't know. Oh, that's not going to be easy to get down to.
There's little you could tell me I couldn't also tell you.
coming your way! They won't see me wiped off the map. On to the next.
This shotgun is so ridiculous. And the extra 100% damage after 3 seconds of not attacking, I think it is. Oh, 6 seconds, sorry.
And that's 2 camps cleared, Commander.
Enemy about.
Should be able to reconnect their supply lines now, and we can get.
I was not expecting that guy to die in a single hit.
Shadow melding activated, Commander. Melding with shadows activated.
Commander, medic's orders.
That one
Little
hurts.
pick me up for you.
You won't see me coming, Commander.
Homicide always cheers me up. Shadow melding activated, Commander.
you're back. Was beginning to wonder if you'd gotten buried in a snowdrift. Your acumen for problem solving is seconded only by your pedantry. Here's your reward. Now get along. I'm as likely to be buried alive by my paperwork.
That's it?
Auntie thanks you for your devotion to the free market.
Huh. Who's this now?
For the last time, I don't know any more than you do. The shipment must have gotten lost or something.
What do you mean, lost? A cargo container full of purple berry crunch doesn't just disappear.
Given that I see neither purple nor berry nor crunch.
You know, I've been having a real hankering for playing a, like an XCOM-like game recently. I'd say in the last couple of weeks. I wish XCOM 3 would hurry up and come out. Even the original creator of XCOM is like, where's XCOM 3? As much as I enjoy RPGs, my brain is a bit too tactical to play like shooters and stuff. I try to plan things ahead and that doesn't really work in these types of games. I mean, it works for a certain degree, but for the most part, nothing compared to like a turn-based game.
Hey, you there. Hey, you there. I got a job that needs doing if you've got the time. It pays, of course. I need help. Well, I'll be. That's them, all right. Can I offer you a finder's fee for asset recovery? Great. And here is one standard miscellaneous type 2 short-term contractor one-time assistance fee. Pleasure doing business with you.
Sir. The extra food drop has landed somewhere off target over in order territory. Exactly where I wanted it. They act all high and mighty, but I give them credit. Vacate.
Isn't this where the... maybe it was Praetor. Pretty surprised they can't just hack. So one of the numbers is 8. Off.
Crafts back in business.
That end ray damage that you get at level 30 or whatever is ridiculous.
Coming for you. Is it time for a dinner time yet? Bastard got away.
He didn't have much to him. A key card, which will hopefully get me a bunch of shit. Yay, decryption key. Jesus Christ. here? Is that unique or anything? No. Boo. No, it has a mod on it. Jesus, this chair. Any new weapons? A critter catcher, the Enrage. Consumes energy instead of ammo to apply heavy and radiant. Interesting. And the Zapper. Sneak attacks with this weapon harmlessly shock the target, automatically paralyzing them. Feel free to believe anyone knocked out by this weapon is just unconscious. All right. I don't see any more quests other than this down here. And I don't know where I would use this audio tape.
Guess that protectorate officer will want more occasional grabbing, huh? Too bad.
Well, I don't seem to have it. Oh, wait. Oh, this is, I think I need to have the people side it with me before I do this. Remember correctly, this analyzing this stuff is, yes, stuff I want to have the factions on board with first. I guess we're off to Praetor then. Excuse me. Got enough for any of these? Oh yeah, I got 8. Nice. Merciless Master is a some sort. Why does it have rhinestones on it? What's up, Nev? Oh, the outfit, yeah. I mean, mine's a little bit better. Hey, that hat is amazing. If I'm in combat for every 2 seconds I'm in combat without attacking, I gain 33% damage. The Lonesome Ranger, it's one of the lockbox ones. And then you have the boa skin, which I stole from the Sub Rosa people instead of buying it on Oyster, I think. So when your health drops below 25%, gain 50% of your max health as temporary health. Black Hat's pretty cool too. I have that as well. But I don't have the hack skill to really make good use of it. Oh my god.
That's right. If you're here to pick it, we'd love to have you join our movement. Otherwise, well, that's great news. We'd love for someone to bring that sniveling sprat dunk to the table to negotiate. Honestly, we just want to eat, sleep, and relieve ourselves on a reasonable schedule. But the damn overseer, I think she's getting rich off of breaking our backs. I ain't sure how you're gonna get in. This door is barred from... That's right, folks! Keep the chanting going! I can see the overseer up in her office!
Well, if it isn't our favorite contract...
We don't want
to make demands, but no more being in bottom
If you won't let us sleep or eat, you can't charge us for stimulants! Others get the exact same pay!
This ain't like any negotiation I ever been a part of. Not that I've been part of many.
Blackmail material. Nice.
The beauty of the corporatist ideology rears its ugly head.
Welcome to Auntie's Fine Product Revitalization Center, where we create tomorrow's brands today. I assume you are the disruption ameliorator from home office? It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule, and is making me look quite the fool. Some ne'er-do-wells, have incited our workers to halt all work. They've taken to making demands and carrying on about basic dignity and human rights. It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's Choice. And if we were still in Tau Ceti, they would face grave consequences.
I reckon she's got her wires crossed. Basic dignity is what Auntie's Choice promised us when we signed up, so long as we were good at our work. And while we might have faced grave consequences back on Tau Ceti, it was under old management, who were trounced rather thoroughly in the end, I might add.
Nevertheless, here, we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work, and remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's Choice to dedicate their lives to. What? No, that would never... Well, actually whipping them might keep them awake and on task better than the Adrena time we give them. Why, the nerve you have. I am running this facility because I am an invaluable resource. Because I am indispensable to Auntie's efforts. As a managerial administrativist, and when I say I, it is critical that you understand that, as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no call for rudeness. It's unnecessary, unprofessional, and distracts us from the important business that I have the direct authority to dispatch you upon. This plant relabels dated items with new Auntie's Choice trademarks and slogans. It is critical to keeping revitalized products on the shelf for consumers hungry for something new. So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. Or in short, they need to get back to work. My workers are striking people now? How very alarming. We must resolve this before things get even further out of hand. They've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, Dummy? No, that's not right. Dunce? Dummer. Dumley? Dunbar. It's Dunbar. If I'm honest, my gaze is purely focused up the ladder, not down it. I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily involves learning the names and faces of my peons. Their value is in providing their minuscule contribution to this mighty and prestigious corporation. And by providing their maximal effort, they allow me to ascend, vacating this position so that one of their undistinguished masses can fill it, thereby becoming distinguished. Well, that's all fine and good in your system. But here in Arcadia, it is Auntie's needs we cater to. And right now, her need is you convince Dumley Dunbar to get back to work. I believe he has demands, but I can't be bothered to remember what they were. They alter the generous terms Auntie offers, and so are egregious and should be rejected. You will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situation so everyone can get back to work. That clear? Yes, well, I'm sure you'll manage. Best of luck to you. Remember that your actions don't just reflect on you, you are also to us.
Attention! Pay for Adrena time!
Employee professional caller coming out.
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll respectfully ask to be left to my business. Settle my complaints? How exactly you planning that?
Jesus.
Auntie's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. What we've got now is, poor labor retention techniques? What's going on is, remind me again?
An inhospitable occupational environment that ignores worker safety and health concerns.
Right, that. Right. Exactly. The conditions under which Auntie extracts our labor is, unacceptable. They're egregious, even.
They work 20-hour shifts, which require stims to endure that are charged at a premium. Adrena time is actually cheaper on the undisputed claim than it is here. And if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to offend basic decency, they're also barred from using the restroom throughout the business day. Their 20-hour business day. It is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to coordinate their daily duties. No, I'm just a fellow underling suffering the corporate grind who saw the plight of these poor folk and needed to help them make a fair and reasonable deal.
That's right. Leo has been an absolute wealth of what's what. Without him, we would still be toiling
under the yoke of oppressive undervaluation due to monstrous mismanagement.
Right, that.
Me? Why, my only motivation is...
Now hold it right there. We aren't here to talk about Leo. We're here to talk about what it's going to take to make us get back to work, right? Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal time ain't even enough to rest, much less get any actual living done. Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making everything taste like we're gnawing nickel pads. Having to pay for the pleasure's too far. Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning.
You.
Thank you for your trying.
Welcome back. Did you make contact with workers? Do they understand that this stoppage is madness? Are they ready to return? So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed crunch whenever their tummies rumble? 8-hour workdays? 12-hour? Are they mad? What are they gonna do with the other half of the day? Lounge around the facility, consuming air and water and power without compensating the company? I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this offensive arrogance in the bud. I suppose that's true. It wouldn't take much to put enough pep in their proverbial step to make up for 2 lost hours. Their overall productivity might even improve. That would translate into more profit for the plant, which means larger bonuses for me, which should be more than enough to make up for the drop in hourly production. All right, you've convinced me. What else do they want? Free? Free? Nothing inside of Auntie's Choice is free. Law, nothing in life is free. Everything has a cost. Everything. Materials, labor, time, distribution, forced scarcity. Giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us all into anarchy. What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such thing. What? No, I would never. That's slander, and or libel. And you can't prove a thing. Well, fuck. That's quite the rub, isn't it? All right, what do you want? All right. Though I don't know why you'd waste this capital leverage on benefits for strangers. But I suppose you've got your reasons. Is there more they ask? They want to relieve themselves on company time? I've never heard something so preposterous. Can you imagine how many bits that loss of productivity will cost us? What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat to indulge their baser urges? Auntie would be paying for all manner of unprofitable shenanigans. Somewhere? Oh, that actually explains the odor in storage room 3. I never imagined they might be... I'll get the door unlocked immediately, and cleaning crews dispatched. What more do they want? Very good. Ha! I was going to say very good, but that would be downright farcical. There is nothing good about this situation.
No, all in all, it wasn't too bad.
We don't want to make
I had 2 less hours. They got their bathroom breaks and free adrenal.
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiations? That's as fine a place to start as any. What did that tyrant have to say for herself? Well, I can't begin to tell you what a relief that is. By which I mean, that's a most promising development. How good? She willing to see reason? Free? Really? Why, I'd surely have lost that bet. What's next? Excellent. What progress have you made? Well, that certainly is disappointing. But I suppose we'll manage. Well, you have done exceptionally well by us, my new friend.
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford my hair creme now, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her angles for her. And her usual agents don't stand a chance against me.
Next time? Against you? What in law's name are you saying? Sometimes you talk so odd it don't sound like you're Auntie's choice at all.
Yeah, I was starting to have the same thought.
It don't matter. All that matters is my working conditions have just improved mightily. Now, if you...
You did these folk a good turn, Commander. Look, we'll be seeing more of these negotiations across Arcadia. Bosses will just have to live with it.
The workers have returned and production has resumed. Wonderful work. Our disruption. I have already informed the Home Office, and with it, put in an extra sprinkling of mild praise directly with Auntie. She will... You may tell the executives that dispatched you that you have done an...
I do everything else in this world. I mean, I have buildings to explore, but other than that. garbage. Appreciate it.
Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is based upon. Not because we worship bits, but because...
Welcome back. We understand you've been a very busy little manty-wasp.
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went.
A satisfactory effort, my ameliorator. I had hopes your talents would yield a result a mite more in our favor.
Well...
Anything else you'd like to report? Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered.
There you go again, pinning your career to that flim-flam method. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct, intuition, know-how. It's a fucking art.
Yes, so...
I'm the head of our proprietary insight acquisition division. Stealing our rivals' trade secrets? That's our bread and butter. We can sometimes lack a... The Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. Actually, it's only 3. Surely you can handle twice that many tasks. I don't want a few aspirational goals, if possible. If you see a chance to talk their lead scientist into joining us, and/or...
Which is to say, we'll make it more worth your while.
See you when...
Wholly plus artificial. Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy and...
Mental refreshment materials. Not sure what I think about... Why is my camera eating half my face? There we go. I'm not sure what I think about Auntie's Choice having access to mental refreshment stuff. Seems like a bad choice. I think once we're done with this game, since I don't have any more games on the foreseeable future, we might reinstall XCOM 2. I haven't played that in forever. There's probably a couple more. Couple more days of this, probably. Hey, the fuck down there? Well, we'll just fast travel because I don't feel like walking around this planet because this planet sucks.
And a restorative, huh?
Shadow melding activated, Commander.
So much damage.
Got a live one.
Not expecting that big dragoon to go down one hit.
Unspeakable things I'm about to do! Engaging camouflage. Recharge for mayhem!
Hiding and seeking.
There's a lot of them over there.
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented.
Trying to give chase.
Ooh, an enemy.
Placid Waters Wellnessarium, here on Prater, is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Reporting is so neighborly.
Trouble ahead.
Suspicion, right?
That should be everybody. Any notepads or anything around?
Yeah.
Not looking like it.
dictates, we reject individualism in all its many forms.
Yes? While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Wellnessarium here on Prater
That dude's head just liquefied.
Well done. Dagger drawn.
This is such a good sniper rifle. I'm not even using the best part of it, which is the second level zoom.
Enemy spotted.
Engaging camouflage.
Selective amplification plating. That could be something good.
and others are not.
Prudence dictates, we cherish all we have and defend it.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Come in, come right in, and be refreshed. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
How about no?
To ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases.
Are you ready to realign with the paradigm? To shed all manner of imperfect thoughts? All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections. I'm Head Refresher Ghoul, and I guarantee when you exit our doors, you'll be a productive member of our perfect society again. And you'll say, goodbye, imperfect thoughts. Hello, contentment.
That was a tap on the old brain pan.
Greetings, subject. Or should I say refreshed you've gained privileged access somehow.
Don't forget, your unthinking compliance lets the paradigm run with flawless efficiency.
Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
There are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout.
We're refreshed, so refreshed, mentally, I confess, so refreshed.
Overseen by Head Refresher Gould. The top
medicine.
Pick me up. I do it for you.
I love a kid-killing spree!
That shadow method
Restoring the balance.
Medical pack out.
Maintaining
Back in
perfection.
business.
Shouting. Violence is the answer.
hiding and seeking. I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Everybody.
Studies untoward implications, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
To be found throughout Arcadia.
So what do we have down here?
Well material here on Praetor is uniquely sensitive.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than
Greetings,
ever.
new person. You have a look of query. Hello. My name is Abigail, and I am realigned with the paradigm.
Uh-huh.
It is the duty of all Protectorate subjects to regularly converse with our neighbors, so we may determine if their zeal has wavered. I am newly full of zeal, free of imperfect thoughts. My mind is a thing of symmetry. My phrenometric peaks are all abraded.
Huh.
Pondering begets disharmony. To deliberate is to court ruin. Notions are a gateway to mayhem, bedlam, turmoil, and vexation. Thinking never made anybody happy. Head Refresher Gould says his recorded lectures are key to thinking approved thoughts. He tells us what to think and what thoughts are unsanctioned. It's also very helpful. That, a restorative cocktail of pharmaceuticals, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity device can abrade all imperfections. Only internally, I'm afraid. You should speak to Refreshment Facilitator Tilden in the lecture hall. Why, it's right outside Head Refresher Gould's office. He'll schedule you an appointment. Just follow the signs to the lecture hall. I once possessed a failing of character where I would voice simple statements in a way that sounded like a question? Drat! There, did it again. Anyhow, I was reported for it? Right as rain, neighbor. Never more content. I only experience approved emotions. Doubt and worry are notably unsanctioned. A perfect society demands perfect thoughts, after all. With
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive deviser responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Prisoner clothing.
Grey gone astray? Book a stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
Oh, hello. Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and deliberation. I'm Waylon. No, I'm newly full of zeal. That is, I hope the process took this time. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. The facilitator said that I'd been here thrice, but I only remember once or twice. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric peaks are still jutting all over the place, they say. May you realign. Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? Not sure I am yet, but I make all songs about the Paradigm Abiders. Folks tend to get rather sore about it. The original version's about being a good protectorate subject and turning in your neighbor if they lack zeal or think thoughts and such. In my case, my daughter reported me. Not yet. Not that I haven't tried. There's something about the lyrics that just seem to want to stay put in my mind. Mayhap the refreshment is doing its work. Of course, we're all supposed to watch each other close, to keep the paradigm on track and abiding. First thing you do when you're back is thank the person who did it. I couldn't leave. Not yet. May you...
Waters Wellnitarium here on Freighter is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive deviser responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
mind is a thing of perfect symmetry.
The kitchen pantry is presently on.
The paradigm ordains, the system sustains, the subject
It is the duty of every protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why
The kitchen
mental
pantry
refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind.
Enemy in the duration range.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Waters Wellnitarium here on Freighter is uniquely special.
unscheduled walk-in. Greeting, unscheduled walk-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, rounding up for clarity / responding approvingly. Our refreshment, medicament dispensement has concluded for the day. Response. Medicaments are stored in medicament storage. The farewell state.
Settle down, everyone. Lecture's playing. Prepare to be edified.
Inclinations, and refashions the life into a thing.
Oh, a new face. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnetarium, but the designated subject reader ought to have attended. Admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. But worry not. Soon enough, with our help and a little work, you'll never question again. I see you found the lecture as edifying as all the others here. Head Refresher Gould provides us with daily lectures in audio cartridge form to steer group upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff or... How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. You've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's... The medicament dispensement auto-mechanically dispenses medicaments.
Jesus Christ.
The medicament dispensement auto-mechanically dispenses medicaments. The medicament dispensement auto-mechanically dispenses medicaments. The medicament dispensement auto-mechanically dispenses medicaments. You must mean the lathe of particularity. One assumes you haven't...
You'll like stealing compost from a breadworm. Almost feel a little bad about it.
Cognitive
She
divisor
sure is
responsible for making the mental
Though I figure that's the aim of this
process more
refreshment.
refreshing than ever.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there.
He never made anybody happy.
Hold on. I know I just saw a thing that we said it required. Yeah, here. Ooh. How the fuck does one get in there?
That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
This unit's current work task takes priority over... Farewell.
Damn. Hoping I could just shoot my way through that since it's obvious. That's the way to go.
Remember, collective cognitive compliance is a key part of our perfect society. When we comply together, we thrive together.
Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? I once felt the same way. Others too. One even dug a tunnel. Wait, I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't come. May you read?
Operating at peak efficiency at all
Perfect
times.
society demands
This. That's why.
I guess we can go back up and check the levels above me.
Rifles on field agitating. Starways on toward information. And
Damn, not enough hack. That seems like a fake wall.
Hey, what's that sound? Why is the wall look so soft all of
Oh, do I detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? You know, I suddenly feel a mite more pliable somehow. Surely nothing to question. I thought no one was due for peak abradement for hours. I should have your chart. Wait. Wait. Ha! You're not a protectorate subject at all. You have the telltale look of wonder and introspection.
And so the scientist becomes the lab sprat. Fitting, ain't it?
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. My, can't believe I'm falling for that, as it may be the most unconvincing display of fealty I've ever seen. Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. But never fear, I have intellect to spare. Don't believe me? I can prove it. Even in a state such as this, I am more than able to apply my argumentative skills against the inferior minds and bankrupt philosophies of our rivals. To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly.
So tempting.
You know, I'm beginning to have an inkling about your purpose here, and whose employ you're under. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide you what you're here for.
Really?
I believe in the strength of our ideals. I'm quite certain I'll win you over. What's more, our colloquy promises to be vastly more diverting than my usual day-to-day blather. But if I'm wrong, what would Auntie's Choice or the Order or my word, you're not a scrapper? Well, none of them will know what to do with our advanced know-how. There's a good sport. Do try to keep up. So, what of the Order, our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation? What say you of them? What I may find personally satisfying is irrelevant. I think first of my community. Thought is an affliction to the base cog. Rampant, unrestrained rumination leads nowhere pretty. Though your point, while gratingly expressed, is noted, albeit grudgingly. What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists?
It's true. Need a rival vendor dealt with? We'll repossess their wares. Need a township seized? We'll pay the guarding forces to lay down arms. If that don't work, we got firepower.
Yes, I've seen the craters left in their wake. They're quite capable as far as looting and destruction go. I'm not sure I perceive the merit in that, though. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the others simply cannot compare. Not word for word, no. I do take certain liberties with the Sovereign's Handbook, a beacon to the cosmos, to inhabit the spirit of the work and give it a dramatic, scientific air. I understand you meant that as an insult, but I refuse to be baited by those either jealous or ignorant of our ways. Oh, are we to debate the nature of self now? Of identity? Let's stay on topic. I admit I've never submitted myself to the lathe of particularity, but I'm sure it would be like a light, pleasant misting of the mind. I am certain I would return unchanged. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? As a, last chance to distinguish yourself? That was the final point you wanted to make? Rather a null effort, I'd say. All right, fair enough. In that little battle of wits, one of us proved severely outmatched, and I'm not sure you're completely aware of which of us I'm referring to. I am deeply disappointed by your lack of intellectual prowess, though ultimately I'm not wholly surprised. Suppose that leaves one last thing.
Guards, we have an intruder.
Dagger drawn.
Dear God.
Melding with shadows activated.
Flawless efficiency. Unthinking is essential. Unthink today. Think tomorrow. Unthink forever.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions.
Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer!
Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended.
Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
attitude.
We got company, Commander.
Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right
Whoa.
now.
What?
You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager abilities.
Dude is a drooling vegetable.
Yes, it is. Our beneficent, infallible ruler, the Sovereign Henry Aloysius Varric, son of the first Sovereign, Reuben Varric. You'll have to forgive him right now. As I said, he is not his best today. We've been here since it was determined that the Sovereign, long distraught over the loss of his family, was in need of mental refreshment. Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresher Gould himself. Well, after his first session, the Sovereign was notably upset, launched into hysteric fits of paranoid ranting, absurd nonsense about how the Consul had betrayed him and seized power. For his own good, he had to be gently but firmly restrained. That all stopped after his next dip into the lathe, thank law. He's remained quite peaceful since. I'm certain he'll be back to his old self in no time. Preposterous. The Consul and all the vigilant are above reproach. No subject of the Protectorate would ever harm, or knowingly allow harm to befall our beneficent ruler, the Sovereign, or consider such a thing. To even think such a thought is unthinkable. This stately form before you is the direct descendant of the matriarch herself. All we have, all any of us have, stems directly from the works of his family line. I will stay true to him and the Protectorate to the end. We all will. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care, as he has every day of his life. Treatment outside the Protectorate is barbaric by comparison. Our system is perfect. Just leave. Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
Prudence dictates we rout all disruptive influences.
Yeah.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found
Is personally overseen by head refresher Gould.
As more refreshing than ever.
Well. Back to the undisputed claim.
Commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is...
I just had word from that old number cruncher on Cloister. Alden tells me you agreed to continue the work we began at Greater Tranquility Station. Grand. A collaboration between Auntie's Choice and the Order will truly reward all of Arcadia. Not if they partner with us. It's only a matter of time before they come to see that profits are a more tangible proof of progress than those unquantifiable theories they get lost in.
Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered. And
There you go again. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a Computronic doodad. It
is
whole thing's a load of Go ahead.
With pleasure. The archive on Cloister.
Some oversized Computronical real marketing is gut-driven.
Yes, suppose we...
I'm the head of our proprietary Insight Acquisition Division. Stealing our the Auntie wants details on their... Oh, do tell. I hope you gathered supplemental materials and well, got what we needed.
Better in the ground than in our enemy's employ.
Now, I assume you won't mind we have a few. Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology, and that will all no doubt prove useful. But we're most interested in the technology and its results. Can't say I like the sound of that.
How truly unfortunate. Those without desire or drive make terrible customers.
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? Anything especially marketable? But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground, and so much for us exploiting that piece of technology. What else? Oh, good to know, good to know. Excellent. Along with something too bad about the lead scientist. Converting him would... All right. For your next assignment...
Congratulations. Your storied success has earned you a whole entire...
So your preliminary chores are complete? Oh, finally a contractor with a little backbone. Normally they flee or expire, leaving the work woefully incomplete. Ah, I remember you from before. Fairfield, yes? Tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? It's true, the old corporations cared little for the individual, whereas I'd like to see each and every one of our employees rise from the refuse heap, like I did. Do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees fractious, like young ursopods cooped up in the den. So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, we've considered our rivals. I received a most curious transmission from Ruth Bassar, presiding bishop of the order, proposing we discuss the prospect of our groups working together. She stated this was your idea. A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially profitable options, assuming we could work out favorable terms. Are you sure you'd rather pursue this over your current exclusive contract with us? Before I contact Ruth, I want to be 110% certain.
Yes.
Fine. I'll initiate a call with Ruth through a secure line in the conference room next door. Let's pick this up there. Danger. I'm Auntie Cleo, and I won't lie. The universe is... Luckily, our products have...
She wants that one.
Look who it is, the instigator of this little affair. Her mathematicalness should be along soon, unless the leader of the Order's too busy crunching numbers to attend to business. There we are. Apologies for the delay. We were resolving some technical issues. Cloister's atmosphere has a tendency to... Oh, yes. Regale us with a thorough account of Cloister's atmosphere. Spare no detail. This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we can remain civil. If not, these negotiations may prove short indeed. Auntie, perhaps you should start us off. From where I'm positioned, I sense 3 sore points still in need of massage. Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution of skip cores. And point 3, management of Rift technology. Before we go any further, I want it in writing that the Order will take full control of the archive without interference from Auntie's choice. What? So the Order can set it fruitlessly idling for another few centuries? We would put it to far more practical use. Imagine the marketing strategies it could develop. I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No, such a condition is out of the question. I am amenable to that proposition. Less work on our part. I'm waiting to hear an argument that would support such a ludicrous proposal. No one said anything about paying, but, it would be a pittance compared to the future profits we might derive. Involving money in science seems questionable. But having access to Auntie's resources would be useful for our research. Fine. Yes, I agree. Reluctantly. Ruth, I commend you for being so receptive. And I assure you that Auntie's choice values science. Nothing bad has ever happened when science and commerce are combined. On the subject of science, it would be most prudent for us to discuss who will be overseeing the management of skip drives, specifically the production of skip cores. No one understands production like we do. Besides which, we have far more experience using skip drives. It was how we came to Arcadia, after all. Where Auntie's choice manages, the Order would undoubtedly excel. Do not exclude us from consideration merely for lack of experience. So you ramp up production? And then what? Hand skip drives out for free to whoever wants one? Preposterous, and a waste of a perfectly good monopoly. We would be diligent about who we licensed out the skip drives to. And a monopoly over space travel is precisely what I wish to avoid. This technology should benefit all humanity. A year-long patent seems serviceable. And if it gets extended once or twice or 40 times, what's the harm? As long as Auntie's choice is willing to abide by additional addenda limiting its patent extensions, the Order is in agreement. Yes, fine. I can have our scriveners draft something up. There is still the question of who takes possession of the Protectorate's Rift technology once the war is finished. Although the science is still largely theoretical, this technology could be used to not only close rifts, but create new ones. A dangerous power indeed, left in the wrong hands. The Order would fritter away valuable time endlessly hand-wringing what to do with the technology. Auntie's choice would actually use it. For good, of course. In a gainful manner. That is Not an entirely terrible idea. Would cut down on the research and development overhead.
I am happy to accept such a compromise, so long as the Order always remains involved in supervising access to the technology.
Well then, that's that. I don't believe there's anything more on the docket.
There is one final matter I wish to discuss. I require some chemicals that I have been told are manufactured at a plant on Praetor, controlled by Auntie's Choice.
I know which plant you're referring to, Ruth, and what comes out of it is hardly safe for general use. Out of professional curiosity, what could you possibly need with such dangerous compounds? Running a little experiment, are we? On what? Or whom?
That is, quite frankly, none of your concern.
Precisely. Partners don't withhold secrets, although they can and probably should withhold extremely dangerous chemicals if not properly notified of what they will be used for.
I will make no progress with my request without further explanation, will I? While the Archive is an infinitely complex machine, an equally complex apparatus has been designed which allows one to interact with it directly. Brain-to-logic assembly, as it were. Unfortunately, this headgear exacts a rather tremendous cost on the wearer. A certain panacea is needed to survive it, but I require these chemicals to finish it. Certainly, but nothing I'm not prepared to suffer.
And I thought we were the ones who threw caution to the wind. Ah, well, Ruth, if worst comes to worst, I'd be happy to serve as a substitute teacher for the Order.
A generous offer, but I fear you lack a certain number of qualifications. Conscience, for example.
Jesus.
There is a strong likelihood that it will short-circuit my limbic system, eradicating my ability to experience emotion.
Oh, so you'll be even more of a bore. Ooh, doesn't sound like you'll be much fun at our future board meetings.
Only a child uses fun as a metric of any significance. That math is confidential, but I have enough reason to believe the outcome will be favorable. I did not anticipate needing to fight for my own physical autonomy, but thank you for respecting my choice.
Oh, how it's delightful to me to see you squirm. All right. I'll get you your weird chemicals. I'll even provide you our corporate discount, practically wholesale. Best I'll say is today's outcome is workable. Barely. Our gains were not as exclusive as I had hoped they'd be.
Arriving at any arrangement even remotely equitable was statistically improbable. Be glad our mediator managed to find a middle path forward.
By all means, know your worth and own your accomplishments. Perhaps when I'm more out of earshot, though. Well, that'll be all for today. Don't forget to purchase the latest in Auntie's Choice products out on the value-added Esplanade, or enjoy a refreshing cocktail at the Best Choice. And do come see me personally when you have time. I have just the thing in mind for an accomplished freelancer such as yourself.
One moment. There are still the logistics of recapturing the Archive to consider.
Of course, provide our expert troops to support these efforts. Have your people call my people to sort details. Doodaloo!
Brusque as ever. Auntie's troopers will certainly help us manage the Protectorate forces easier, especially if supported by your help. But it would be irrational to expect you to endanger your own life without a more specific strategy in place. Fortunately, I have already given this some thought. First, we must reclaim Spireton from the enemy. Spireton once served as the Order's headquarters, due to its proximity to the Archive. Its loss was an affront, and remains so. Unlocking and calling that lift can only be done from within the Archive, however. so you will need to infiltrate the archive by alternate means, via a bridge connected to Newton. Fortunately, I am told you already dealt with the cultists there. Unfortunately, you will still need to find a way past a small rift currently blocking the bridge. Ordinarily, I do not fancy surprises, but you are proving an exception to that rule. With such a device in hand, bypassing the rift should be as rudimentary as pie. And perhaps at some later date, you will also permit our scientists to analyze this gadget at length in one of our labs, provided all goes according to plan. There is a computronical key that you will also need to locate within the archive called the Calcaduceus. The Calcaduceus grants special access to the archive. Once it is back in order hands, we will have full control over its systems once more. Rift data. And how did you come by this acquisition, if I may ask? It troubles you what you had to do to get this data. It must have been a difficult choice, but difficulty is not a metric useful in judging a decision as right or wrong. Something hard is only hard. Time determines the rest. Until the Order has control over the archive again, this discussion is all but moot. You know what must be done. May you achieve progress in accordance with the plan.
That was some damn fine intermediation, Commander. You might just have a future in finance. You know, after Anti and the Order trounce the Protectorate.
Let's go talk to Auntie Cleo.
We've successfully co-opted yet another of our rivals. Can't believe those eggheads accepted the deal. What's next on my agenda?
That outside contractor is here. You requested a brief tete-a-tete.
Ah, there you are. Our fresh-faced new go-getter. We meet in the flesh at last. You've proved quite useful. Keep it up. You'll be going places. You don't seem much put off by my appearance. Good. I have no stomach for those with no stomach regarding me having no stomach. It is, however, something of a brand secret reserved for only the most trusted confidants. And covered in detail buried within the confidentiality clause you agreed to on arrival. I trust this presents no concerns for you, yes?
Well,
right.
Ain't meaning no disrespect, it's just everyone was saying that you were focused on a product launch or avoiding assassination attempts. That's why you weren't seen in public.
Poor dear, believing that erroneous drivel. You do know I have a reputation to maintain. I can't let every rung leech know my condition and open the door for plotting. I ask again, do you have any problems with the previously mentioned stipulations?
That's fine.
Fortunately, when you're the head of an advanced medical technology corporation, you become first in line for any experimental life-preserving procedures. As far as what happened, I was the victim of an unfortunate industrial accident shortly after we arrived here. The details of which are less salient than the details of what comes next.
Not exactly. Well, exactly. But not in the way you think. We have a mission for you that is vital to Auntie's Choice's survival.
We've uncovered an opportunity to procure me a new, audaciously improved replacement body. There was a past proposal to utilize grafts, but, oh, once I saw what happened to those misfortunates in the experiment, like your hanger-on here, the idea was promptly abandoned.
Wait, are you saying that the grafting program was only started up to help you with your condition? And was shuttered because it couldn't?
Yes, keep up, dear. You think we would have invested money in such a risky procedure for gains on the battlefield? Well, that's what bombs are for.
That means your scientists lied to us, and our suffering didn't mean anything at all. Is that right? Me and mine were just lab sprats to you this whole time?
This is what you signed up for. Tell me, did you also believe that we came here to solely liberate Arcadia and not for its resources? Oh, you did. How sad. Oh, no need to be dramatic. Here, I'll put on my pleasant, kindly adjacent smile for you. Now, will you help acquire this new body for me, or won't you? I'll have you know, we at Auntie's Choice are far from blood simple. Where's the profit in killing all your enemies when you can co-opt and sell goods to them later? Tut-tut. No, to find me the perfect body, you'll be assailing an inappreciably populated automated automech factory over on Praetor. Not just any automechanical, something much, much more exciting. That facility was designed to build complex automechs, a natural choice when the Protectorate began experimenting with a proxy body for the original Sovereign.
Yeah, I saw that
It
going.
was the last in a long line of his ill-fated life extension experiments. Work halted when he died, and the torso prosthesis
I already have
developed
Val's
has been
upgrade. I
locked
snuck
in the
through
lab
there and
ever
grabbed it.
since. Make it mine.
There's a sub-facility beneath the automech factory. Its entrance, being hidden, is easy to miss. But we can show you how to find it.
Well then, fetch me my new body and we can finally begin bringing this system to heel.
I don't know, maybe.
Don't let us keep.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember, you can't
No, it doesn't look like it.
spell heinous aesthetic without Auntie's Choice.
It's funny because they actually make a comment about there not being a helmet for it. I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Niles that said it. I think I had Niles and Val with me at the time.
Really stirring the pot. Unorthodox? Well, no, not really. But I get results. Writ large in black ink on our balance sheet. You're welcome, employees.
I mean, the other companions being who? Val's just not giving a shit yet. So, yeah. I guess if you want to kind of stick true to EDF, that makes sense. But if that's not really your goal, not that hard to take other people. Oh, see, I haven't actually killed anybody intentionally with them getting pissy. I killed a couple people that Inez got pissy about, but they were showing up on my, like, the outer edge of my radar as enemies, so I just killed the 3 of them, and she got mad at that, so apparently they were these choice people, which is probably how I ended up with a random $337 million bounty, which I managed to clear because of my reputation, thank God, because there was no way I was going to be able to pay for that. But yeah, that's the only time I've ever had any of them say anything to me for killing people.
Andy, Cleo, and pals, keep riding whiskey bit.
50% health restored? Holy shit. Decapitation of our first volunteer was a success until the body rejected the organ. Remains cremated. Oh, when did your helmet get a little feather on it? I didn't notice that before.
Seize them! Individualists!
Actually, not having...
Those vitals look grim.
Hiding and seeking.
Perfectly fine. Alright, back to the undisputed claim. Went to the wrong one.
Laugh, purchase, and consume with Auntie's Choice.
Soon I'll be able to leave. You're back! Finally! Finally! Do you have it? Did you bring it here? A last-minute shakedown is... Oh, let me see it. Yes, indeed. Oh, let me look at you, gorgeous. If you'll all just excuse me a moment as I slip into something more formidable.
There you are. Congratulations. Now your body's almost as intimidating as your mind. You've narrowed the gap quite a bit.
Oh, Auntie, you look amazing. Absolutely everyone will want a new mech body after watching you strut the walk.
What about you? What do you think? Any first impressions you'd like to share?
Projected screaming in abject terror.
Wonderful! Exactly the effect I was hoping for. What's more, it's an undeniable confirmation that the Archive-derived strategic plan can be reliably executed and produces incredible results. With their predictive abilities refining our planning and execution, our market dominance... Yes, so much to do. I am quite looking forward to you working... As they say, time is capital, time is bits. You're burning lucre. Lucre just standing there. Go!
All she had on her was a ring. Ooh. Alright. I think that's a good spot for me to end it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let me see if I can find anybody streaming. Oh, Crimson's live. That works out very well. Hi everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, being normal's boring. Be weird. Bye-bye.